Welcome to USA Today's Election Night 2020 live stream. I'm Philip M. Bailey, and I'll be your host for the evening. It has been a long and hard-fought campaign for president this cycle. Joe Biden fought off dozens of candidates to win the Democratic nomination. Donald Trump, the incumbent Republican, has kept campaigning from day one in the Oval Office. By the end of the night, all votes will have been cast and the counting will have begun in earnest. To discuss Election Day and how this may all play out, we are joined by Anna Ashbrenner, 2020 elections editor for USA Today. Anna, we of course have taped this segment earlier because right about now you have your eyes on early data, albeit incomplete data. But tell me, what should we be watching tonight that could be signs for a good night for Joe Biden or Donald Trump?
So the first thing I'll be watching is Arizona. They're not the first poll to close, but they do start counting their absentee ballots before polls close on election night. It's a pivotal race, both for president and there's a pivotal Senate race there. The Democrats have long thought that Arizona was a state they could flip to Democratic control. So I'm going to have my eye on the areas around Phoenix to see how the suburban vote is turning out. And if Biden starts running up large margins there, it could be a good sign for him in other states where there's, a large suburban population that's up for grabs. On President Trump's side, I think Florida is the news of the night. He can win without Florida, but it's very unlikely. So President Trump's path to victory really runs through Florida. And so I'll be keeping a close eye on that as well.
We always talk about battleground states, Anna. But first and foremost, let me ask you, what is a battleground state?
So a battleground is basically where the polls are too close to call, or you've seen shifting allegiances over time. Maybe a state voted for Barack Obama before and then flipped to Trump, or has a history of going back and forth between Republican and Democratic control. So we have, you could argue 10 to 14 places where that's in play.
Right. And remember, that number that everyone should care about, and both candidates I'm sure care about, is 270. That's how many electoral votes are needed, right, for either one of them to win the presidency. How do observers like yourself, what do you look for as far as voter stats and information going into the election?
So one of the things that we've seen is Democrats ran up the score early in some of these states with absentee voting. Democrats pushed really hard to get their voters out. Polling has showed Republicans were much more likely to vote in person on election day than Democrats were. So there will be, some states where the results could shift dramatically based on, whether the state starts counting in-person election day votes first or whether they count absentee votes first.
Right, and as we all know, Democrats were certainly voting early by mail, absentee. Republicans voting early, where they could in certain states, but certainly want to take advantage of in-person voting. Although I do hear, Anna, that African-American voters who are skeptical of mail-in voting are, thinking about banking their votes with in-person, particularly in a state like North Carolina. Let's move on here, I guess. Let me talk about polling places and how they close. Different states close at different times. What are the big close times where you'll be watching for large amounts of data to be pouring in? It's always going to be a bit different. This year it's obviously going to be different due to COVID-19. What are the hours you're going to be looking at for big pieces of data to tell us how the night's going to go?
So 8 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Eastern, you're going to see big swaths of the country start closing their polls. Now, again, some of that early information could be wildly different from what the final vote counts look like because, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, these really critical battleground states in the upper Midwest couldn't start counting until Monday or election day. Now, the opposite's true in the Sun Belt. Arizona, Florida, North Carolina, they've been counting ballots for weeks or processing ballots. So a lot of those polls close within the 8 to 9 p.m. Window. Right. So those initial results will be really interesting, and it'll also be interesting to see just how they fluctuate as the rest of the votes are counted.
Right. The Sun Belt and the Great Lakes region, I think, are going to be two key regions for us all to be paying attention to. Now, Anna, the presidential race is not the only game in town. There are other races on the ballot. What about down ballot races? I particularly want to start with the House of Representatives. President Trump raised a few eyebrows at the second presidential debate where he said Republicans are going to take back the House. Most prognosticators are saying that's not likely going to happen. What are we seeing as far as who could take back the House? Is there any chance Republicans could do that?
Well, I don't ever like to say that there's not a chance, but it would be very unlikely. The likelihood tonight or on election night is that Republicans could lose seats, that Democrats actually grow their lead in the House of Representatives. So I never like to say never, but it would be just wildly unlikely for the Republicans to take back the House.
Now, the U.S. Senate is a different story altogether. U.S. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell from my home state of Kentucky has said there's about a 50-50 chance that Republicans could lose their majority or keep it. Democrats are certainly looking to overtake and regain that majority, looking at states like Arizona, Maine, Iowa, different states around the country. What are the chances you think of the Democrats taking back the Senate, and particularly in states like Iowa, where you're stationed at right now, Anna, where it seems like voters are maybe doing a little bit of ticket splitting, right?
I think the Senate Majority Leader was spot on. I think it's definitely a 50-50 chance right now whether Republicans can keep that majority or, if Democrats can pick it up. Like you said, here in Iowa, a recent Des Moines Register Iowa poll had President Trump leading Biden by 7. I think it's one of his largest margins in any battleground state in the last month, and Joni Ernst leading her Democratic challenger by a little bit less than that. So I'll be very curious to see, are there Trump Greenfield voters? So Teresa Greenfield's the Democratic Senate candidate. And are there Joe Biden, Joni Ernst voters? Will the presidential race go one way in Iowa, and will the Senate race go another?
Right. Well, Anna Ashbrenner, Elections 2020 editor for USA Today. I look forward to catching up with you in the following days as the results become more transparent and we have more to discuss and even less available time in our schedules to do so. Anna, thanks for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
Others were writing the Constitution. When the Founding Fathers were writing the Constitution of the United States over 2 centuries ago, they didn't exactly trust that the American people, or even Congress, could make the right choice for president. So they compromised and set up a system called the Electoral College, where even if a candidate wins the popular vote, they still might not win the presidency. Think Al Gore's loss to George W. Bush in 2000 and Hillary Clinton's to Donald Trump in 2016. The Electoral College currently consists of 538 electors, 1 for each member of Congress plus 3 for the District of Columbia. Each state is assigned a different allotment of votes based on how many people live there. In 48 states and D.C., the candidate winning the popular vote receives all that state's votes, the exceptions being Nebraska and Maine. Those 2 states assign 2 electoral votes to the winner of the state's overall popular vote and 1 to the winner of each congressional district's popular vote. For a candidate to win the presidency, they must secure at least 270 electoral votes, a majority of the 538. This so-called indirect election process has come under a lot of criticism lately, with detractors calling it undemocratic. Proponents argue the electoral citizens of less populous states are equally represented and stands as an important piece of American federalist democracy.
Will you commit to making sure
Welcome and thanks for tuning into USA Today's Election Night 2020 live stream. I'm Philip M. Bailey, your host. This time coming to you live from the USA Today headquarters in the Washington, D.C. suburbs. So polls are closing now. Some have closed already. Data's coming in. We have a team of reporters across the country. About 6 states have already come in the presidential race, with President Trump winning Kentucky, South Carolina, and West Virginia. Former Vice President Joe Biden, the Democratic nominee, winning Vermont and Virginia. So early states are coming in. We're going to be talking to our reporters and folks all across the country. But first, starting with us here at 8 p.m., joining us to discuss this conversation is USA Today Editor-in-Chief Nicole Carroll and Washington Bureau Chief Susan Page. How y'all doing?
Great. Good. We love election nights.
Right. Well, Nicole, let's begin with you. For starters, let's explain to viewers and readers as the polls close on the East Coast, what states are you looking for to give you a sense of how tonight is going to go for either President Trump or former Vice President Biden?
Sure. Well, we're watching, along with everyone, Florida and North Carolina. They're critical for President Trump on his path to victory. We're also looking at Pennsylvania. He needs that to win. He has a path without it, but it becomes more difficult. What's interesting in Florida is they've been counting their mail-in ballots already, so we could have a result tonight. North Carolina is going to take a bit longer. As long as your ballot is postmarked by today, they'll count it up until November 12th. And in Pennsylvania, we're looking for Biden to take some of those red states that Trump won in 2016 and or run up the vote in Philadelphia and the suburbs if he's going to take Pennsylvania. So as far as the presidential election goes, those are the 3 states we're watching right now.
Now, Nicole, in years past, news organizations called races, but elections aren't legally certified for weeks sometimes, right? So we all have this sense of, we have to know the election results on the night of. That was more sort of an entertainment sort of thing. But what will be different this year in terms of calling races in the year of COVID?
So we use the Associated Press for our election results, and they're truly the gold standard. They don't do projections, they call winners, and they do that based on they're looking county by county at what votes have come in. They're looking at, was it a mail-in ballot or an in-person vote? They've got a long history of doing this and doing it well. So you'll see us using AP results, and when that happens, we will say, the so-and-so is the winner, not the projected winner. You'll hear a lot tonight about the race is too soon to call or the race is too close to call. And obviously those are 2 different things. We're also looking out for if any candidates try to declare premature victory. If the votes have not come in, we'll note that that candidate is claiming victory, but we'll also say the votes aren't in, the race hasn't been called, this is premature. Right. And just one more thing to note, that even, after the races are called, they have to be certified. The races are called by news organizations, but they're certified independent of us. And we know that they're going to be challenged in many states. In fact, since January 1st, there's been 230 lawsuits filed that are election related and more to come. So again, it's not over till it's certified and it's done.
Right. Now, Nicole, given our network spans the country, right? We're in Kentucky, we're in Arizona, we're in Texas, Florida, Michigan, and the USA Today's network is all across America. What are you hearing from reporters on the ground in their respective states?
Sure. We have 5,000 journalists across the country. We're everywhere, including every swing state. Some of the things we're hearing is there's some technological glitches. There's some human error. There were some robocalls, particularly in Michigan, where voters were being encouraged to wait and vote tomorrow, Wednesday, which clearly you can't do. So there was some voter interference. For Trump. There's some voter interference obviously going on out there. But what we're seeing mainly is pretty calm election day, which is great, and the way it should be and the way it always has been. We're seeing lines in some places. We're seeing easy votes in some places. Despite the pandemic, people want to get out there and vote. They're waiting in line. They're taking lots of hand sanitizer. And one fun story, we found a voter in Ohio who she requested a mail-in ballot or an absentee ballot in Minneapolis, and it didn't get there in time. So she actually flew home to Ohio to vote in person because she was determined that her vote would count, and our reporters in Ohio got to interview her. So a lot of people out there doing their thing.
Well, real quick, we want to make a special call here. Now that we're getting these one more updates, Oklahoma has now been called for President Trump. So he has another state in his column. The race really here is to 270. As everyone knows, 270 electoral votes is what wins you the presidency, and President Trump has another state under his belt here. Oklahoma has now been called for him. Susan, I want to switch to you. This is your 11th presidential cycle. You've covered Jimmy Carter as your first. Wanted to ask you, what are the states President Trump and Joe Biden absolutely must win tonight, right, to get to that 270? I mean, for example, can President Trump win without getting Florida, for example?
Mm-hmm. If you think about the states that we might well know a lot about tonight, where we have a good sense of which way they're going to go, there are really four, I think, to watch: Florida, North Carolina, Georgia, and Ohio. The polls have closed in three of those states and are going to close shortly in the fourth one. And their votes, their states that have, we think, could have a relatively quick count. And what that won't tell us if President Trump is going to win a second term, but they could tell us if President Trump is going to lose. And that's because these are all four states that he won last time and that he probably needs to win this time if he's going to get a second term. If he loses Florida, he actually thinks are looking pretty good for him in Florida right at the moment. But if he were to lose Florida, then his path gets very hard. If he was to lose Ohio, that might be a sign that he was also going to not do well in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, which have similar kinds of electorates. So those are four states that may give us a good sign about where the election is going. It's also possible, though, that we're going to have an election that goes on for days before we know who the winner is, and that's something I think that we've all tried to prepare for as a news organization, and tried to also prepare our readers and viewers for, to not think it's some extraordinary thing if it takes a little while to count the votes in Pennsylvania and other states.
Right, and want to announce here we have two more states that have been called: Massachusetts and New Jersey. Two reliable blue states in most people's minds have been called for former Vice President Joe Biden. So he's put those two states under his belt. Susan, let me ask, this election to me is so troubling when I see reports of, businesses boarded up, confrontations with these caravans between opposing sides, some of President Trump's truck caravans following buses by former Vice President Biden for his campaign. I'm not used to that. I don't know if you've ever seen that in past elections, and we've had some pretty contentious elections, right, in our history in this country, in the 20th century and up until now. I can't think of any time before seeing these sort of clashes. Is that troubling to you at all? What's the sign of that? Is that President Trump who's fueling that completely, or does the left and former Vice President Biden have any responsibility in that as well?
I think this is something that that is new to voters in modern times. There are some stores in my neighborhood that have boarded up their windows. I tried to order flowers to send to a friend today, and the florist said they weren't making deliveries today or tomorrow because so many of the streets are blocked off. So definitely a sense here in Washington, D.C., that there is at least the potential for violence. And we know from our USA Today Suffolk poll that we released just a few days ago that 3 out of 4 Americans said they were concerned about the possibility of violence on Election Day. I think that is a higher level of concern than we've seen in the past. It's not an unfounded concern, given that we've seen an arrest made in plots to kidnap the governor of Michigan, or when we saw the scenes of that Biden bus being surrounded by Trump trucks in Texas. Not entirely clear what their intentions were there. But the fact is, this election day has gone really smoothly. A glitch here or there, as Nicole mentioned, but the ACLU says they haven't seen serious efforts at voter intimidation today. We haven't seen armed militia showing up at polling places. There was a time when there was some concern about that. So I think that one of the best things you could say, there are two great things we can already say about this election. One, that it went pretty smoothly, and two, that it looks like we're heading to record turnout in a century, and that is a good thing in any democracy.
Right. And again, I'm Philip M. Bailey, your host here, live with USA Today's 2020 live stream coverage of the presidential race here with Washington Bureau Chief Susan Page and Editor-in-Chief Nicole Carroll. 8 different states have now been called. Vermont, Virginia, Massachusetts, and New Jersey have all been called for former Vice President Joe Biden. And for President Trump, Kentucky, my home state of Kentucky, West Virginia, South Carolina, and Oklahoma have been called for the president. Susan, let me ask as a final question. As you mentioned, we're potentially going to see record-breaking turnout here. Vote by mail plus early voting, we've seen already 100.6 million people Americans already cast their ballots. That's per my man Joey Garrison's reporting for USA Today earlier today. We might break the 1908 record which was, I think, of a around 65% turnout. This is the COVID election, obviously. But do we ever go back to the old system where we see, or will we see renewed sort of voting interest and push for voting access in this country post-COVID-19, do you think?
I think there's a lot of attention to the issue of voter access, and a great sense that that's an important thing for the country. Now, this one reason that this turnout has been so big is because people on both sides see this election as so important. We won't always have elections where both sides think that a defeat would be a dire situation for the country. True. So that's one reason turnout is up. But, I think this experiment with more mail-in voting, early voting, absentee voting is something a lot of Americans have liked. And one reason I think the polling has gone smoother than in some years today is because so many Americans already had cast their ballots. So I would expect states to continue to experiment with giving people options on how to cast their vote, and maybe over a longer period of time. And some of the glitches that we saw this year, some of the fights over how when your mail-in ballot has to be postmarked, those may be things that states are able to work out when they're not having to deal with the kind of emergency that a lot of states have had now with COVID-19.
Well, as always, Susan Page, our Washington Bureau Chief, and Nicole Carroll, Editor-in-Chief of USA Today. Thanks for joining us here. Stay with us at USA Today's live stream. We'll be back at 9 p.m. for further updates on this momentous and historic night.
Mexicanos for Trump. Yeah, Mexican Trump, Mexican Trump. Trump. Trump already won 4 states.
Whatever you guys tell me, I'm just gonna listen. And if I say the wrong thing, it's not my fault.
Look at these two Trump supporters right here. Look at them. We're doing this for you. You're gonna remember this in 20 years.
I'm gonna go see
Trump 2020. Trump 2020. Vote for Trump to go home. Vote for Trump to go home.
You want to say something?
Trump 2020. I said a lot already. I'm done talking. Trump 2020. Trump 2020. Trump 2020. Vote for Trump to go home.
Red wave is here. Red wave.
Trump 2020. Trump 2020. Trump 2020. Trump 2020. Trump 2020. Use for Trump. Use for Trump.
so funny. He's such a hero.
they gotta stand 6 feet so they look big. Imagine if we were all 6 feet apart.
No, actually sit in the cars. Sit in the cars too. With the circles and shit.
And wear a mask with your own family.
Your windows closed. We were sitting in the cars and maybe I was like,
That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying, bro.
That's right. That's right.
oh no, you know.
Like it or not.
Yo, where you at? No, you're not.
She left out. No, I think I heard something about her. Dancers for Trump! Dancer for Trump! She's on something, dude.
Beverly Hills dancer for Trump.
Yeah, there you go. Trump won Florida.
Did he?
What?
Yeah! It's a landslide! It's a landslide! It's a landslide! Woo!
Yeah, your son. Look at that juice. State, California, and they bring the politics with
Put your boys up. Put your boys up. Put your boys up. Trump 2020. Trump 2020.
Trump! Cowabunga for Trump! Yeah! Woo! Celebrate for Trump! Yeah!
That's the news, right?
It's fake news! It's fake news! It's a fake news! Put the force on! Yeah, it's CNN! No, it's ABC. There you go. ABC. USA. Woo! Blues, that's right.
Hey, somebody threw a bottle out here. So we shouldn't be showing no hate. Somebody threw a bottle.
Angry that the framers made it hard to achieve radical change. To the facility over and over, more than 100 miles round trip. My mother took the doctor's advice as gospel. She kept me still when a toddler just wanted to run around, of course. She guided me through exercises I apparently totally hated. And she did it all while checking the mailbox every day for precious letters from my dad from overseas. It is only because of her determination that my first vivid memory by her side in a small store on our way out of Warm Springs for the last time, buying my first real pair of shoes. About 10 years later, American ingenuity had found the vaccine, and American free enterprise was scaling it up. We beat polio here, and we have almost defeated it worldwide. So my fellow Americans, our country is going to get back on our feet. Our nation has real challenges and real adversaries, but our fellow citizens are not our enemies. There's no challenge that we cannot overcome together. My fellow Kentuckians, you've given me the honor of a lifetime. I'll always be grateful. I will never let you down. May God bless Kentucky and the United States of America.
to turn this down, you tell me. Yeah, okay.
So what do you want to do? Just feed it back over the camera live to them? Okay.
Once again, welcome back to the USA Today Election 2020 live stream. I'm Philip M. Bailey, your host for the evening. It is now 9 p.m. on the East Coast. We have some important information to report. No battleground states have been called in the presidential race. However, there are top states that have been called as far as the Electoral College vote is concerned, that race to 270. Virginia and Illinois, two important states for Democrats, have gone for former Vice President Joe Biden. South Carolina and Tennessee, two important states, have also gone for President Trump. Also in the Senate races, importantly to watch, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell of Kentucky has easily won re-election in that state. To discuss that and to take a look at one of the more hotly contested battleground states of this cycle, Michigan, we are joined by Todd Spangler, Washington correspondent for the Detroit Free Press, where he covers politics, politicians, and federal policy. Todd, how are you, my man?
I am doing well. Philip, how are you?
Pretty good, brother. Let me first ask you, man, Michigan was one of those battleground states that flipped to Trump in 2016. He won by about 10,000 votes, 700 votes. Recent polls had Biden up. What are the areas and key demographics needed to bring that back in the Democratic column?
So for the Democrats to win in Michigan this year, They really need to dig into the African American vote, particularly in Detroit. They need to do better there than they did in 2016. Secretary Clinton didn't do nearly as well in Detroit as President Obama had done. The other thing they need to do is sort of cut into the blue collar vote that Trump was able to dig into in 2016. The Democrats' hope is that Biden is the right candidate to really bring that back, bring suburban votes back that President Obama did well with in 2012 and 2008, that Hillary Clinton was not able to tap into nearly as well 4 years ago.
Right. Let me ask, how did mail-in voting work out in Michigan? Did we see folks turning out? Democrats were hoping that they were going to mail in an early vote, whereas the Republicans were really being urged to vote in person. In those areas you just mentioned, how did mail-in voting work out in Michigan?
Well, we're still waiting to see. I mean, we know we got about 3 million mail-in or absentee votes cast in Michigan. Huge number. I mean, way beyond anything we've seen before. How long it's going to take them to count those votes in a state that's not used to counting that many votes is really a big question. The Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson, had previously said it might take till the end of the week to count all those votes. Earlier today, she was saying it looked better to her. Things were proceeding better during the day. She thought maybe we'd get those votes counted tonight, maybe early tomorrow. So far, so good. I think, as you might expect, a lot of those votes were coming in from suburban areas, areas where Democrats were particularly strong. One thing we were looking for, and we're going to have to wait and see how it plays out tonight, is that a lot of African American voters, a lot of black voters in places like Detroit, places like Flint, were urged to vote absentee, but have some questions about whether or not they trust the mails, of the stories about mail being delayed and all. And we were talking to people who said, yeah, they had the absentee vote, but they were going to drop it off themselves, or they were going to go, they still were going to go to the polls to try to, rather than doing the absentee vote. So it remains to be seen sort of how that's going to play out tonight.
Todd, I'm glad you mentioned that, because I was hearing that from African American voters and organizations in the South and in different parts of the country, that sort of skepticism, in mail-in voting, particularly among older African American voters. So I'm glad to hear that the same sort of being consistent in Michigan as well. We're not just hearing it in one region or the other. Your governor was at the center of this plotted kidnapping, basically, by this right-wing militia. Let me ask, did that play a role in this race at all on the presidential level?
Well, sure. I mean, I don't know if it's going to end up playing in the actual number in terms of how well President Trump does or how well Vice President Biden does in Michigan. Where it's played out is in the tenor of the race. I mean, President Trump has gone to Michigan following this plot, this alleged plot to kidnap Governor Whitmer by some militia types, and has said to groups in Michigan that he guessed maybe she was under threat, that he's downplayed it. He's even said he thought they should be spending, his federal law enforcement should be spending more time investigating left-wing groups versus right-wing militias. So, and even 3/4 of the people we've polled, or 2/3 of the people we've polled, have said those comments were inappropriate, including a lot of Republicans. I don't think it's going to change a vote for President Trump, but it might drive Democratic turnout that think enough is enough with the way the president behaves sometimes in these kinds of circumstances.
Let me ask you a question, sort of a curveball that I hear from a lot of folks on the left who mention former Vice President Biden's record under President Obama. Did the Flint water crisis, did that play a role in this campaign? And I ask that because I saw a lot of folks, particularly on social media, who were commenting and saying, look, former Vice President Biden can't necessarily assume he's going to get that support from these particular communities like Detroit or Flint, given how the Obama administration handled the Flint water crisis. Was that something that was given more towards the state government and your former governor there?
Absolutely.
Or did you see it here, President Obama being blamed for any of that?
No. I mean, certainly, and I was here in Washington covering that during the time, there didn't seem to be any kind of blowback for President Obama and certainly for Vice President Biden during the Flint water crisis. Now, there was some for the EPA, which, you could make a strong argument should have stepped up more soon to take care of that crisis. Much of it hurt former Governor Snyder. There's no question about that. He took the brunt of the blame with this. It's hard to see that playing strongly against Biden in this race. I will say that I think that in Black communities in Detroit, what I hear is a much greater concern about Biden's involvement in passing the '92 crime bill.
Yeah, the 1994 crime bill. Yeah.
And then before crime bill. I mean, the things like that he has a past with, that people look back on and say, hey, he was part of that, and that really influenced and hurt our community. I know he has said that should be changed, and it has since been changed. But to President Trump's credit, he can accurately claim that he was the one who signed.
Right. And I believe also now we're seeing New Mexico is being called for former Vice President Joe Biden. As you can see there, as viewers can see on USA Today's map here. Again, I'm Philip M. Bailey. I'm hosting your live stream coverage for USA Today here with Todd Spangler from the Detroit Free Press. Todd, as someone who loves his home state as much as I do, I always want to ask folks in their areas in particular, what should outsiders, people who aren't from Michigan, who understand how vital it is as a battleground state, what should we know about Michigan that we don't know about how this race played out in 2020? Is there an issue that maybe the national media, others didn't focus on enough that you think that should get emphasis here? What's something that we don't know about Michigan in this 2020 race?
I think the key thing to know about Michigan in this race, or really 2016 as well, is to realize how the state is changing, that there are a group of Democrats, traditionally Democratic voters in this state, in certain, particularly white working class voters in parts of the old industrial areas, part of the state, that have been hollowed out by manufacturing moving overseas or out. It's just not there anymore. A lot of those areas outside Detroit, up into the Thumb, in West Michigan, Central Michigan, Battle Creek, Muskegon, are trending Republican. Now, those places are shrinking too. But as they're shrinking, they're becoming more Republican, and those are places where President Trump, particularly in 2016 and maybe this year, has been able to really get his message out. The question is whether or not a perceived moderate with something of a working class background in Biden can tap back into that, pull some of those votes back, or enough of them back, while bringing the suburbs back in big numbers to win in Michigan.
Well, Todd Spangler from the beautiful industrial state of Michigan, which I believe is either the Great Lakes State or the Wolverine State. Either way, we want to apologize from Louisville for beating y'all in that NCAA championship a few years ago. Todd, thanks for joining us here on this election night, man.
Thank you.
de Michigan, diciendo que la participación en la ciudad fue del 53%, una cifra de participación.
going on, man?
Long day, huh? Long day. Yeah. I think it could be a long night. How long are you taking pictures?
We have in that line there. They'll get us to bed.
Stop a little bit now and be about
I haven't heard a thing, so I'll do my best.
Put that USB chip inside of the computer that is
bombero. ¿Y sabes por qué? ¿Por qué? Ahí está, con un bombero.
Como you.
So it is lawful and allowable to do good on the Sabbath days. Then he said to the man, reach out your hand. And the man reached it out, and it was restored as sound as the other one. But the Pharisees went out and held a consultation against him, how they might spoken by the prophet Isaiah. Behold my servant whom I have chosen, my beloved, in and with whom my soul is well pleased, and has found its delight. I will put my spirit upon him. He shall proclaim and show forth justice to the nations. He will not strive or wrangle or cry out loudly, nor will anyone hear his voice in the streets. A bruised reed he will not break, and a smoldering, dimly burning wick he will not quench. For he brings justice and a just cause to victory. And in and on his name will the Gentiles, the peoples outside of Israel, set their hopes. Then a blind and dumb man under the power of a demon was brought to Jesus, and he cured him, so that the blind and dumb man both spoke and saw. And all the crowds of people were stunned with bewildered wonder and said, this cannot be the son of David, can it? But the Pharisees, hearing it, said, this man drives out demons only by and with the help of Beelzebub, the prince of demons. And knowing their thoughts, he said to them, any kingdom that is divided against itself is being brought to desolation and laid waste. And no city or house divided against itself will last or continue to stand. And if Satan drives out Satan, he has become divided against himself and disunified. How then will his kingdom last or continue to stand? And if I drive out the demons by help of Beelzebub, by whose help do your sons drive them out? For this reason we shall be your judges. But if it is by the Spirit of God that I drive out the demons, then the kingdom of God has come upon you before you expected it. Or how can a person go into a strong man's house and carry off his goods, the entire equipment of his house, without first binding the strong man? Then indeed he may plunder his house. He who is not with me, definitely on my side, is against me. And he who does not definitely gather with me and for my side, scatters. Therefore I tell you, every sin and blasphemy, every evil, abusive, injurious speaking, or indignity against sacred things can be forgiven them. But blasphemy against the Holy Spirit shall not and cannot be forgiven. And whoever speaks a word against the Son of Man will be forgiven. And whoever speaks against the Spirit, the Holy One, will not be forgiven, either in this world and age, or in the world and age to come. Either make the tree sound happy and good, and its fruit sound happy and good, or make the tree rotten, diseased and bad, and its fruit rotten, diseased and bad. For the tree is known and recognized and judged by its fruit. You offspring of vipers, how can you speak good things when you are evil and wicked? For out of the fullness, the overflowing, the superabundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. The good man from his village and country brings forth good things, and the evil man out of his inner evil storehouse brings forth evil things. But I tell you, on the day of judgment, men will have to give account for every idle, inoperative, non-written word they speak. For by their words they will be justified and acquitted, and by their words they will be condemned and sentenced. And some of the scribes and Pharisees said to him, Teacher, we desire to see a sign among the person which proving that you are what you claim to be. But he replied to them, You and the prophet of salvation. A generation morally unfaithful to God seeks and demands a sign, but no sign shall be given to it, except the sign of the prophet Jonah. For even if one was 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of the sea, so will be the Son of Man in 3 days and 3 nights in the of Solomon, 24, someone more and greater than Solomon is here. But when the unclean spirit has gone out of a man, it roams through dry, arid places, in search of rest. But it does not find them. Then it says, I will go back to my house from which I came out. When it arrives, it finds the place unoccupied, swept, taken over, and decorated. Then it goes and brings with it 7 other spirits more wicked than itself, and they go in and make their home there. And the last condition of that man becomes last in the first. So also shall it be with this wicked generation. And Jesus was still speaking to the people when behold, his mother and brothers stood outside seeking to speak to him. Someone said to him, listen, your mother and your brothers are standing outside seeking to speak to you. But he replied to them, who is my mother? The will of my Father in heaven is my brother and sister and mother.
Pedophilia is not a sexual orientation.
Carolina, 82% of the vote is in. Biden does have almost a 65,000 vote lead over Trump, 50.1% over there. In Pennsylvania, only 16% of the vote is in. They're taking their time counting the votes in Pennsylvania. Biden has a 73,000 vote lead over Trump, 52.5%, as you can see. In Wisconsin right now, 19% of the vote is in. Biden's lead is narrow, only 22,000 vote lead, 50.7% to 47.4% in Wisconsin. In Minnesota right now, a quarter of the vote is in. Biden has an impressive nearly 300,000 vote lead in Minnesota, 66.1% he's got there. In New Hampshire right now, 22% of the vote is in. Biden's lead has increased a bit to nearly 20,000, 54.3% to 44.4%. Let's take a look at 3 more states right now. Actually 5 more states right now. Florida right now, 93% of the vote is in. Trump has a pretty comfortable lead, 379,000 vote lead over Biden in Florida. In Michigan right now, 20% of the vote is in.
Welcome back to the USA Today Election 2020 live stream. I'm Philip M. Bailey, your host for the evening. It's around 10 p.m. on the East Coast, 7 p.m. or so on the West Coast, and lots of states are reporting. We can tell you that Colorado has now gone for former Vice President Joe Biden. That is now in the Democratic column. But also the big news out of Colorado is former Governor John Hickenlooper has won his race against Republican incumbent Cory Gardner. Democrats are looking to win back the Senate majority here, and that was an important state for Democrats to do that. So John Hickenlooper has won that state, flipping that state back to blue for Democrats in the Senate. But joining me right now is Alan Gomez, national correspondent in Miami, Florida for USA Today, where he's been covering the federal election lawsuits, as well as all things Florida, and specializes in immigration. Alan, thanks for joining, brother.
Thanks for having me.
First of all, man, let me ask you, Florida is a must-win for Donald Trump, for President Trump. What are you seeing happening in Florida right now? Of all the big states that are battleground states, we haven't seen any battleground states announced, but Florida has 29 electoral votes. It's the largest electoral college vote as far as the battleground states are concerned. What are you seeing there, especially among Cuban voters?
Well, what we're seeing is really surprising right now. I mean, as everybody in the country knows, Florida is incredibly tight. You think back to the 20,000 to the 2000 election recount, and it's maintained those slim margins ever since. In 2016, Trump won it by just over 1 percentage point. But what we're seeing right now is that Trump may win Florida by 3%. I mean, that is a landslide in Florida, and it's just really hard to fathom how that could happen. But we're getting some early indications of why that's happening, and one of the big reasons is down here in Miami-Dade County. This is the heart of the Cuban American vote in this state, and it's hard to overstate just how well Trump is doing with this group. Back in 2016, Hillary Clinton won Miami-Dade County by 30 points. Right now, Biden's up by 7 points. I mean, so we're talking a switch of almost 200,000 some votes down here in Miami-Dade County, and a lot of that is because of these Cuban American voters.
Yeah, I hear Biden is struggling in Miami-Dade. Alan, Florida is still a swing state considered by most, but is it though, right? Like, is it still considered a swing state, or is this Republican trend we're seeing in its governor's race and in past races, is this a sign of a new trajectory for Florida?
Yeah, I mean, we're just so used to calling it a swing state, and it has been because it's gone back and forth over the years. But if we end up with Trump winning by 3 points in this state, it might be time to start talking more about Texas and Arizona and places like that as the next possible swing states, and just resigning ourselves to the fact that Florida is going to be a Republican state. I mean, if you look at the statewide elections here, obviously at this point we have 2 Republican senators from Florida, right. The state capitol in Tallahassee, the governor. Both chambers of the state legislature are very Republican. So you can imagine once we get to redistricting that's going to just cement that even further. And then at the statewide level for these presidentials, again, if we go from 1.2 percentage points last year or in 2016 to a full 3 percentage points this time around, I think it's time, we're going to have to start looking elsewhere when talking about swing states.
Right. Why didn't former Vice President Joe Biden catch on with Latino voters in the Sunshine State? I mean, importantly, I guess, what is it about President Trump's message that is resonating with Cuban American voters and other voters in Florida? I hear many prognosticators and analysts saying that, look, part of it is, the president's economic message, right? His message about letting the economy sort of keep running smoothly, even amid COVID-19. What is it, is it Biden couldn't catch fire with those voters, or that maybe President Trump's message, despite what liberal critics were saying about President Trump's past comments about immigration, resonated with them?
Well, I mean, I think it's a combination of those things. I mean, on the one hand, things like the economy, things like healthcare, all of those matters to Hispanic voters a great deal. And the Trump campaign has been incredibly active in Florida throughout the year. They've continued holding rallies, and they've been very present. They've been very active. The president himself and Vice President Pence have come down here repeatedly. The Democratic Party just didn't really show up until like the last month or so. Some of that you understand, right? Vice President Joe Biden, he was being very cautious on the campaign trail, and he he wasn't on the road that much. So he personally didn't get down here until very late. But at the same time, sort of the door knock and the GOTV efforts throughout the last few months didn't really pick up in earnest until this last month. So they missed the entire summer. Again, partly because of the pandemic, and they were trying to, respect all that. But the Republicans were on the ground and working the entire time. And so that factors into it. And then once we get to the Cuban Americans specifically, so they're very separate and apart, and the reasons that they vote are very different from the rest of the Hispanics in this country. With the Cuban Americans and also with Venezuelan Americans down here, it really came down to one word, and that's communism. These are folks who left communist regimes in their native countries, and they got here. And so obviously they are incredibly anti-communist. And so what the Republicans did throughout the year was just paint a red flag behind Biden and call him a communist as much as they could. Spanish language radio down here, it's just all over the place. It's nonstop. Those comparisons are nonstop. It's interesting because you look at somebody like Biden and somebody like Senator Harris, they're not exactly the progressive wing of the party. They're by no means on the extreme on that front, but just the repetition of it and the playing into the fears of a lot of these folks who have left these communist regimes, it seems to have stuck. I mean, I talked to a lot of early voters, and I was out there at the polling stations this morning, and that's a lot of what I heard from Trump supporters is just immediately they talk about Biden and they talk about socialism and communism in the next sentence. I mean, it would just be that quick and that obvious. So I think that strategy clearly played a big role down here in Miami-Dade.
Right. Alan, I wanted to interrupt you real quick. We're getting a little bit of information, and my producers will tell me if I'm incorrect on this, but what I think I hear is that Lindsey Graham has survived in South Carolina. That was a very close race with Republican incumbent Senator Lindsey Graham being challenged by Democratic challenger Jamie Harrison, who raised a ton of money in the final weeks of that campaign. African-American Democratic challenger who was within 1 point in some polls, leading in other polls. Lindsey Graham, who had started off as a critic of Donald Trump's, really saying some very nasty, mean things about the president when he was a candidate back in 2016 as a friend of John McCain's. He survives that race. Looks like he has survived that race and will retain his U.S. Senate seat. Alan, let me get back to you and the vital state of Florida, in the words of late Tim Russert. Biden's campaign said it can win the White House without y'all, right? I mean, that's what his campaign manager said, I think, earlier today. Yeah. Was that seen as the former vice president giving up on those 29 electoral votes? How did that, the Florida voters react to that, saying that, we can still win the White House. We don't really need Florida like that.
Yeah, I mean, it was this sort of push for Florida that they did. Again, it's only been in the last month. Senator Harris was the first one who came down to Miami-Dade County. Then Biden eventually made his way down here. So they made an effort at the end again, but they made an effort. If they were just totally giving up on the state, we wouldn't have seen Biden down here as much as he was in the last couple of weeks. We wouldn't have seen Senator Harris down here as much as she was in the last couple of weeks. Dr. Biden, Joe Biden's wife, was down here a couple of times. And so clearly they were making some kind of an effort, and they were really, they thought that they could make that last minute push to get it over the finish line. But again, if we end up with a 3-point win in Florida, I don't know how much they could have done to win the state, but definitely in Miami-Dade County, again, just to bring it back to this area, fighting back against those comments about communism could have worked if employed much earlier. It wasn't until I think the final presidential debate that Joe Biden, clearly in very clear terms kind of fought back against that accusation. And so it's a kind of thing you wonder how much that could have registered, how much that could have dampened the blow if they would have been here earlier, if they would have been more forceful in their fighting back against Trump. So I have no idea if they just had given up on it and they just kind of made a last minute push for it. But, whatever it did, it clearly hasn't worked.
Alan, let me ask you, this is an issue that was certainly important to a lot of voters across the country, but it played out in Florida. How did the voting franchise being extended to felons and the fight over that, the subsequent fight over that, did that play a role in this race, in this presidential race at all? We heard a lot about extending voting rights to felons, and that was voted on by Florida voters, was sort of this great moment for a lot of progressives. But how did that play out after that vote was initially taken years ago, and how did that play out in terms of the presidential race?
Well, I mean, we're talking about potentially hundreds of thousands of votes. I mean, maybe upwards of 700,000 votes that might have been lost because of what happened. I mean, in short, what happened in 2018, Florida voters passed a constitutional amendment to allow Florida felons to regain the right to vote. Florida was one of the last states in the union that forever barred them felons from voting. So this constitutional amendment, which was passed overwhelmingly, was supposed to give them that franchise back. What happened then is the Republican legislature and the Republican governor passed a law to, in their words, implement that amendment, but included the requirement that all these felons pay back all of their court fees, all of their court fines, all of the restitution, everything that they owed in their sentence before they could regain that vote. The backers of the amendment and the supporters of giving these folks a vote pretty much called that a poll tax, saying, no, they've completed their sentence. And so requiring them to pay any amount of money, even though it's court ordered, that should not come into play. And so that led to a long legal battle, and eventually a panel of judges of appeals court judges, 6 of them voted. A panel of appeals court judges eventually upheld the Florida law. And it's important to note that of the 6 judges that approved that, 5 of them were appointed by Trump. So what that did in the end was disenfranchise about, the estimates could be are upwards of 700,000 voters. We're not entirely sure how they would have voted, if it would have just been one block, if it would have been just swung completely in one direction. But when you have that high number of votes, 700,000 possible votes, with margins traditionally being very close in Florida, obviously that would have played a very big role. We'll know a little bit more once the final tallies come in. But yeah, it might have been a deciding factor. But right now it's just impossible to know.
Gotcha. Well, Alan Gomez down there in the beautiful state of Florida, I want to thank you for joining us here on this election night and keeping us on tap and focused when it comes to the 29 electoral votes that are on the line there in Florida. Thanks for joining us, Alan.
Thank you, and enjoy your long night.
See you soon.
10 Apollo, we're going to throw everybody off. Yeah.
She keep hyping me up. I know. She keeps announcing it like it's over. I know. I like how she's cheering over the flag. It's trending red. It's not trending red yet. Trending red. So if
they want their Second Amendment. They want their Second Amendment in Wisconsin.
I went to Washington.
Is your dog voting for Trump?
Look at that, she's gonna dance some more. Oh, she's gonna dance some more. Oh yeah! Oh yeah!
1 less of them on the wrong, the riots. I like that. Oh, man. I know, right? So I can right? That's when they got this. I know, right? Right? You're gonna be fighting them and filming at the same time.
What did the guy do when they pulled the knife?
We all got separated, and SWAT came immediately with all their guns right out the truck. We were like, oh shit. All right, we'll just, and they got arrested. The guy who pulled the knife got arrested. Yeah, one of them pulled the knife on us. That's the only reason why I fought. One guy had a knife. So, but the thing is,
off, you can become a millionaire in this country.
I can't let us know first because you've been telling us everything.
I can't wait for California to go.
It looks pretty good. It's looking pretty good. I mean, I could be wrong, but it looks pretty good for fucking Trump. Look at this.
China provide.
China provided.
Yeah, but remember, we were saying the same shit about Pennsylvania and oh, well, it doesn't matter if he wins.
It's fair to have criticism.
All right. But if he wins those states,
I'm worried about everything. There was that big 96-mile long parade. Yeah.
What do you think about that? Yo, he said millionaires for Trump. I like that. Hey, homies. Hey. Oh, shit. Sorry, brother. Yeah. With like acid, gasoline. They're not coming out here like, regular. Some of the shit that like they arm themselves with ready for some smoke. They ready.
The fake news media is putting that out. The fake news is putting it out. I have no
But not just that, he has remarkably enthusiastic, loyal supporters all across the country.
But again, we're still waiting.
probably scares the shit out of me. What? Scares the shit out of What's up, my man? Gas.
I like to see boy fall deep in love. Yeah.
Hey Lisa, how you doing today? Running low on live view battery. I got an extra camera battery, but I need to charge some stuff. And I've been trying to get a hold of Jack to let him know that I've been on the live Zoom call, but he might... Perfect. Well, just I wanted to get a sense of when I might be able to come down. If you need me up till like 11, I can be up till 11. Oh, Jeff's bringing an extra battery. He's calling me right now, so. Alright, thanks Lisa. Hey Jeffrey. I did, saying to go down and take a break instead. I just called Lisa Jeffrey? I've been live going on almost 5 hours, so I could use one. I think mainly just to charge the live view. I got some extra battery life, but I can't last more than 11 o'clock on my current. Her camera would work just the same as mine. Yeah, she could take over this shot, this angle, if that's what London would like. I'm pretty sure they like this angle, so. Sounds great. Talk to you soon.
Welcome back to the USA Today Election 2020 live stream. I'm Philip M. Bailey, your host for the evening. It is now around 11 p.m. on the East Coast, and here's the latest. John Hickenlooper out of Colorado has won, gaining Democrats a Senate seat, beating Republican incumbent Cory Gardner. However, down in Alabama, Tommy Tuberville has beaten Democratic incumbent Doug Jones. Tommy Tuberville, the former Auburn University football coach, winning that seat, so basically equaling out and canceling out the victory that Democrats had in Colorado. So it looks like it's still even in the Senate. Now remember, for Democrats to win back the majority in the Senate, if President Trump wins re-election, they need a net gain of 4 seats. If Joe Biden wins the presidency, Democrats need a net gain of 3 seats. So we're pretty much even still in the Senate as far as Democrats hope to take that back. I believe Democrats are retaining their majority and may even expand it in the U.S. House of Representatives. But here at the 11 o'clock hour with us is Courtney Supermania, our White House correspondent based in Washington, D.C., who has been with the Trump campaign during this last whirlwind campaign push over the weekend. Courtney, thanks for taking the time to join us tonight.
Hi, how are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. So, Courtney, as the night drags on, are you surprised at all about any of the results that we have seen, or are you surprised maybe about the lack of results in certain states?
Yeah, not really. You know, we're several hours into this and there's just very little movement that tells us the trajectory of this race. You know, that's something that election experts have warned about for weeks. You know, they said that Americans need an extra dose of patience tonight. Things are tight, and polls showed that this race was tightening in the final days. And that was especially true in several of the battleground states that both President Trump and Joe Biden visited over the last few days. We're still waiting on Wisconsin, Michigan, and Arizona, which could give Joe Biden his path to the 270 electoral votes. He needs Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania. We know Pennsylvania is sort of the tipping point for both campaigns. And those are results we unfortunately just we're going to have to be, pretty patient with right now.
You've been with the Trump campaign for the last leg of this race and all of those rallies, I think maybe 12 rallies in total. What was the president's final message to voters that you could encapsulate for us?
Yeah, he went on a battleground blitz at a breakneck pace. You know, we actually had 10 rallies across 7 states over 2 days. But his closing message was less about, what we can expect from him in a second term. And was more of a laundry list of grievances against, his perceived enemies, the media, Democrats, Joe Biden, big tech, health experts, and of course, China, which is, he loves to level attacks against China. But his message was largely in line with what he's been doing, and that's trying to turn out his most faithful supporters. He delivered these sort of red meat speeches that cater directly to his base in a last-ditch effort to get them to turn out on Election Day. He also went hard after Biden. He tried to convey the message that this is not a referendum on him. And this is a choice between 2 visions of America. He's promising a comeback in the second term while largely ignoring the surges of coronavirus cases across the country. And he painted the country under, Joe Biden as a dark, lawless place run by radical leftists.
Now, you cover the White House as your full-time job, not really on the campaign trail. What does the president sound like to you? I mean, does he sound confident? Maybe does former Vice President Joe Biden, in your view, sound overconfident? I mean, he was saying things like, I was talking to Alan Gomez down there in Florida. He was saying, his campaign at least was saying things like they can still win the White House without Florida or Pennsylvania. Did the president sound confident, and did maybe underselling sound a little defeatist? And did former Vice President Biden sound maybe a little too cocky?
Well, I would say over the last 2 days, the president didn't sound that confident. He drew a lot of crowds at these rallies. These are crowds of a winning candidate. But a lot of the remarks and rhetoric he used reflected that of a sore loser. He remained upbeat when we spoke to him throughout the last 2 days. He talked about the polls turning in his favor. But he did seem to be a bit defeatist. Today, he visited the campaign headquarters in Virginia and admitted it would be hard for him to lose. But he's performing well tonight, and the campaign feels, very good about Florida and Georgia and North Carolina. They're watching those states closely, and then they said they're going to worry about Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona. So the campaign's feeling confident, and from what they tell us, the president is too. So we'll just have to see.
Now, Courtney, we got some new information here. I believe California has gone for former Vice President Joe Biden. Idaho has gone for President Donald Trump. California, I think, being the largest amount of electoral votes that are out there. So certainly that was something that was expected for former Vice President Joe Biden to pick up that in the Democratic column as we're getting those results coming first in from the West Coast. Let me ask you to switch gears here off the presidential race and ask you a little bit about these Senate races. Democrats want to capture the Senate back, certainly with the appointment of Justice Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court. They certainly see the importance of that. If they didn't know it before, Democrats certainly know it now. Colorado has flipped blue, but Alabama is back red. What does that Senate map tell us about tonight thus far?
I think it's still early because you still have Maine, Iowa, Arizona, and Montana. So I don't think we can draw any broad conclusions right now. But Bullock in Montana, Greenfield in Iowa, Teresa Greenfield in Iowa, and Mark Kelly in Arizona could give Democrats the 3 more they need to flip the Senate if Biden wins. From what I saw, Kelly Loeffler and Reverend Warnock were in first and second in Georgia, which could play a role later on if the president does win a second term. The turnout of that race could also, shape the outcome of where the Senate ends up. So again, it's still early, and I think we have a long way to go.
Right. Courtney, what's something you've seen tonight, though, that you didn't expect? Like I said, you mentioned this earlier, so many of us have voted early, mailed in our ballots, or voted early. We're expected to have a long night here. We may not know the winner for a few days, in fact. What's something that you didn't expect to see tonight that you have, whether in the streets or at the ballot?
I would say that, the Trump campaign has talked a lot about their ground game in Florida. We do know they can, both campaigns want to perceive themselves as confident, and the Trump campaign can, exaggerate some of their successes sometimes. But the numbers coming out of Florida have really shown that, they pounded the pavement in Florida, and the strategy that they used down there really helped turn out the vote. And I do think we will see that state stay in the red column tonight.
Right. Well, Courtney Subramanian, thank you very much for joining us here tonight as we all watch the results still pour in from this election. From Washington and around the country, our White House reporter, Courtney Subramanian, thank you for joining us. I want you to keep watching right here on the USA Today Election 2020 live stream as we continue to bring you shots from around the country, whether in the streets and protest demonstrations or at polling places and different rallies. Of course, we will have another live update at midnight. So come back here. We'll be coming live from Arizona, where we have an important both battleground state race there at the presidential level and also a U.S. Senate race there that's worth watching. I'm Philip M. Bailey. Come back with us here at midnight.
Not just in terms of numbers. It's not just about the quantity. It's about the quality of leadership that they provide for our country. It's about the fact that they are there in the Congress. We're all there for the people. And to have a strategic plan to be successful, to retain our control, to hold the House, actually, is how we say it. We couldn't be better served than by our chair, Cheri Bustos. And all of the pillars of winning an election, whether it was the mobilization, the grassroots level, even virtually, she has succeeded. Whether it's about messaging in a very disciplined way, she has succeeded. And about amassing the financial resources, the money, the third M, she has broken all records. And through it all, she retained and commanded the respect of the House members and the confidence of all of our candidates. So with that, I want to acknowledge again Chair Sherry Bustos of Illinois. Madam Chair, I yield to you with an honor. Thank you.
All right, Speaker Pelosi, thank you so much for your kind words. And obviously your leadership of this caucus, you've been absolutely amazing. I'm joining you tonight from Moline, Illinois, which is my hometown. Moline is kind of the center of America. It's, you know, people here, they take that literally, and they work hard and look after each other. It's around places like this that if your neighbor falls ill, you offer to bring over a meal to them, or you offer to look after their kids. It was in 2018 that Democrats won back the House by reaching out to people in towns like Moline, by listening to them. And here's what people in those towns, the center of America, told us what we took into the 2020 elections. And that's that they want a government that works for them. They want more progress and less partisanship. They want an end to corruption and the power of special interests. And they want health care, period. They want to stop worrying about it. They want to know that their families are covered. And they know in their hearts what Democrats have kept pointing out. Every time Republicans have had the opportunity to strip away the health care protections of hardworking Americans, Republicans have done that. That is a fact. And no matter whether you're a mom suffering through cancer, a dad who survived a heart attack, a young kid struggling with asthma, Republicans will not rest until they rip away the protections that ensure you can still afford your health care. We have never stopped talking about health care. And now with polls closed across the continental US, we can protect what the American people have once again determined that they need us to protect, especially in the middle of a pandemic. They want the party of healthcare to represent them, the Democratic Party. That's their firewall against the recklessness of Washington Republicans. And it's an awesome responsibility. But the American people have put the right party in charge of their House. With prescription drug costs through the roof, House Democrats passed the Elijah Cummings Lower Drug Costs Now Act. With corruption running rampant in Donald Trump's Washington, House Democrats passed the most comprehensive anti-corruption legislation in a generation. And with a need to jumpstart our economy and rebuild our nation while we raise American wages, House Democrats passed the Moving Forward Act. House Democrats have never stopped working for the people. And with a deadly pandemic taking close to 250,000 American lives while grinding our economy to a halt, House Democrats are up to the challenge we face tomorrow and for many years to come. That's what people here in Moline expect from us and deserve from us. They want us to live by the same values that people here teach their kids: decency, respect, hard work, and an appreciation for folks who may not look like you or your family. These are the values that represent our best selves as both a party and as a country. When we remember them, when we remember the people from places like Moline, we win. The whole country wins. So let us be grateful for the opportunity placed before us tonight as lawmakers, but let's also be humble. There are millions of ballots left to count and so much damage left for us to undo. Our path to the America we all believe in is in our grasp now. It's right in front of us, right outside our front door. Speaker Pelosi, thank you for your leadership, for never losing sight of how best to use your awesome power as Speaker for families, for children, and for a better future. It really is an incredible honor to be able to serve alongside you. Thank you all, and good night.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is my honor to serve with you, and we all both share the honor of serving with our most diverse and dynamic caucus, most diverse in the history of any country, including our own, starting with our own. So now with this victory, we will proceed to prepare for the transition. We will talk about what we've talked about all along, as Madam Chair referenced. For the people, we will lower health care costs by lowering the cost of prescription drugs and protecting the pre-existing medical condition as well as others from the assaults that the Republicans continue to make on them at the present time in the court, the Supreme Court of the United States. For the people, we will increase paychecks by building the infrastructure of America in a green and resilient way, creating jobs and opportunity not only for jobs, but for equity, for ownership of companies that participate in all of that, with workforce development, educationally to train young people on how to not only aspire to that profession, but perhaps to some ownership. And for the people, we will talk about cleaner government with H.R. 1, which we will pass on the floor of the House on the very first day of the new Congress. Madam Chair referenced the Elijah Cummings H.R. 3, our bill to lower the cost of prescription drugs, and also by enabling us to negotiate for the Secretary of HHS to negotiate for lower prices. I want to reference in H.R. 1 our John Lewis ending voter suppression legislation that is so important and, as you've seen, so needed in this campaign. So, Madam Chair, as you had suggested, it's not over until every vote is counted, and there are plenty more votes to count. In fact, we haven't even started in my state of California or the whole West Coast and beyond. And again, we look forward to coming together in our Democratic majority in the Congress of the United States. That success would not be possible without your leadership. Thank you, Madam Chair, Sherry Bustos. Thank you all. Good evening.
Will give you a chance to speak with Vice President Biden this evening or anyone on his campaign.
So far and kind of what we're seeing? Okay. Okay. Okay.
Don't worry about results. Don't worry about any of that stuff. It's just like the same here.
Right. Got it. Okay. Perfect. Hi, this is Chris Quintana with the USA Today. We're here at Black Lives Matter Plaza, which is right outside of the White House. As you can see, hundreds of people have gathered here roughly to just kind of watch the election results come in real time. We can see a live stream here behind us. People I've been talking to have said that they've come out here because they wanted to be with people. They wanted to be comforted by the presence of other people who are kind of feeling the same way that they do. So that's been kind of the sentiment that I'm hearing largely. It's also been peaceful here tonight. There was a brief interaction where things got a little physical, but that was broken up pretty quickly. It looks like police were briefly involved. And there was some smoke involved in that area as well, but again, happened in the course of minutes and cleared out. Otherwise, completely peaceful here tonight. Oh.
starting to talk about Black Lives Matter, and he says that whole stuff. He's having
guys, clear out, clear out, clear out, clear out, clear out.
And you're gonna hurt and complain about it. Quick announcement. We are not here to fight with press. What press is not a photo of. If you understand as a true journalist, you respect. If you respect us as press, and you're trying to document, just like Martin Luther King marched, we are marching and burn the fuck off! To the members of the press, we have repeatedly asked you stand up. Let us through. Just like Dr. King marched, let us march the fuck through. they mean something. And that means we're calling all these tech companies to be held accountable. That's the Amazon, that's the Microsoft, that's the Google and Facebook. Fuck y'all, I don't care about y'all fucking with Black Lives Matter signs. Fuck all that shit. I'm not here to be no token for y'all to look good for your board of representatives or for whoever's a shareholder. Fuck that. I want money into the black community. I want money into the indigenous community. All y'all. So be mindful when you down here. Because I remember when I was a little
Excuse me, 17th Street, period, not 14th.
USA Today Election 2020 live stream. It is now midnight on the East Coast. Here's the latest. California, Oregon, and Washington have all been called for former Vice President Joe Biden. The West Coast is now reporting some data, so we're going to get more information on this monumental presidential race. Arizona is a key state out there on the West Coast, as Anna Ashburn told us earlier in today. But also, let's remind folks about some other races that are going on. Tom Tillis, Republican senator from North Carolina, is declaring victory in that race, but that race has not been called, right? As Democrats are looking to win back the Senate and flip key states, North Carolina is on the list of states that Democrats want to flip. Tom Tillis, the Republican there, is declaring victory himself. That race has not been called. So here to talk to us about Arizona is Yvonne Wingett Sanchez, a national political reporter with the Arizona Republic in Phoenix, where the numbers are coming in from the West Coast. Yvonne, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Pretty good. First, Democrats have described, to me at least, the race between Democrat Mark Kelly and Republican incumbent Martha McSally as a slam dunk. Is it turning out that way?
We don't have the final results yet, but the results from early voters certainly suggest that Mark Kelly is dominating incumbent Republican Senator Martha McSally so far in this race. Again, we are still waiting for the Election Day results, which Republicans hope will favor them more than Democrats. So until we really know that result, we won't have a better idea as to where this thing is going. Certainly, Mark Kelly has led in all of the best ranked polls that we have looked at over the last several months. He has felt very confident about this race and the coalition that he has built around Arizona. And, I think by the time tonight's over, you will hear from him a pretty optimistic tone about where he thinks this race is heading. And I think he soon will probably, be heading to Capitol Hill.
Now, Arizona has not been called by the Associated Press. Different outlets are saying different things. But, Yvonne, let me ask you, what's turning Arizona and making it more of a swing state? I was talking to Alan Gomez from Florida, and he's saying more and more Florida might not be viewed as the swing state. It's Arizona that people are looking at that way. Is it an ideological shift? Is it a demographic shift? Or is it both?
Well, certainly we have seen President Donald Trump's topsy-turvy presidency, his first term in office, really accelerate some of the changes that would have happened in any event, just demographically. Maricopa County, which is home to Phoenix, has been the fastest growing county in all of the country. We are getting a lot of transplants from all over the country. They're bringing with them their liberal philosophical ideals, but they also, even Republicans sometimes come to Arizona and they get here and they say, wow, you know, my brand of republicanism, or the brand of republicanism that I am used to, is not really the same sort of brand of Republican that I'm seeing here in Arizona. And so sometimes you see those folks re-register as independent or unaffiliated voters. So we have huge numbers of transplants coming into Arizona. You have a large number of Latino voters, rapidly growing community of Latino voters. They're young voters and they tend to trend demographic. Right. And they have become increasingly involved in the electoral process, particularly over the last decade, in part because of some of the big hardline immigration figures that we have seen from the state, including former Governor Dan Brewer, former Maricopa County Sheriff Joe Arpaio. And then, you know, you have the brand of Republicans who maybe identify more with former Senators Jeff Flake and John McCain, and they're a little concerned about the direction that this country is heading in. So all of these things are adding up to accelerate some of these big shifts that we had anticipated seeing at some point in the near future, but perhaps not so early on.
Yvonne, at the presidential level, what appeals did Biden and Trump make to voters there? What basically mattered to Arizona voters the most?
At the top, I think, of everyone's mind really has been the handling of the coronavirus pandemic, and that shot to, you know, the top of surveys as soon as the crisis really started beginning to deepen, and certainly into the summer as people started to lose their jobs, as Arizona emerged as a hotspot, and as seniors were really kind of locked away in their assisted living facilities, or they couldn't see their family members because they were afraid of getting sick. So that became a top concern. The economy was a top concern. And then education, and how do you teach your children? How do you teach them in virtual school while you're trying to hold down a job, while you're trying to be a good daughter or son to your parents and your family members? So all of those things really were a big deal. And Biden in Arizona certainly made a big deal out of them. He prosecuted his case against the president's handling of the pandemic consistently for months. That was his number one message. President Trump was really appealing to the conservative base. We saw him make a record number of visits here to Arizona. He spoke a lot to his base. He talked about how the pandemic was really under control, that it was overblown. He tried the socialism message, which doesn't really work, I don't think, in a state like Arizona as compared to maybe a state like Florida. And then, he tried to tell them that Democrats would take away their guns. And for a state like Arizona, which is big on Second Amendment rights, it is a message that really resonated.
Yvonne, as a border state, did the president's calls for stricter security on the border, that galvanize his base? And how did former Vice President Biden, if at all, make an issue out of that? We certainly heard Democrats call President Trump every name in the book regarding his policies towards Hispanics and Latino community and the border. How did that issue play out in the presidential race?
So he didn't make as big of a case of it this election as he did compared to his first cycle. In his big speeches and addresses to the public here, it almost appeared to be kind of an afterthought. It was tacked on to the end of his speeches. He reminded people that, he had built this big, beautiful wall, and he was going to continue to crack down on illegal immigration. But it wasn't as big of a deal as it had been 4 years ago. On the other hand, Vice President Joe Biden and Senator Kamala Harris talked a lot about what they would do for the Latino community if they were elected. And for them, that meant addressing the status of dreamers, of these young children who are immigrants and were brought to this country by their parents and whose status are in limbo. They promised that they would resolve that. They vowed to work in a bipartisan way on immigration reform, something that we have not seen any meaningful action on for decades. And for Latino voters here, that's an important message. They also talked a lot about the economy. They highlighted success stories. They talked about what they would do to help struggling businesses. They talked to people of faith. And another important thing is they talked to Latino voters, Spanish-speaking Latino voters, in their own language. They ran a bilingual campaign that was watched by first, second, and third generation Latinos and seemed to be pretty effective.
Now, more than 80%, I read, of Arizona ballots were cast early, right? In this COVID election, people are mailing in their ballots, they're voting early. But it could be days to do a full count. How does that impact your coverage? And should Democrats, whether on the Kelly side in the Senate race or on, former Vice President Biden's side looking at the presidential contest, should Democrats be nervous about Arizona?
So for my colleagues and I here at the Arizona Republic, it impacts our coverage only in that there is round-the-clock coverage and many of us don't sleep for many days on end. But we're here
right.
delivering the news. Some of these races are going to take days, potentially longer, to call. In 2018, in the U.S. Senate race between Democrat Kyrsten Sinema and Republican Martha McSally, it took 6 days to call that race. That prompted some calls by President Trump of voter fraud and, some funky stuff going on here. But that's not the case. That's just how long it takes here in Arizona. And our elections officials are pretty good at what they do. They've been doing it for a long time. So we'll be posting updates throughout the coming weeks on azcentral.com, and you can catch up with our coverage there. When it comes to whether or not Democrats should be nervous about Arizona, Arizona has been a red state for decades. If Democrats win, if Joe Biden wins Arizona, and if Mark Kelly wins the U.S. Senate seat, it will be a seismic shift in Arizona. Two Democrats have not held 2 U.S. Senate seats at the same time since the 1950s. This is a really big deal. Now, here's the question. Is it sustainable? Mark Kelly will be up for re-election should he win in 2022, because this is a special election. And then Kyrsten Sinema will be up on the ballot in 2024 for another 6-year race. So the question becomes, is this a temporary sort of situation that we find ourselves in politically here in Arizona because of President Trump's presidency, or is this something more sustainable? And how does the Republican Party here in Arizona rebuild itself? How does it move forward? And those are all questions that we will be covering, we will be answering in the coming weeks. And again, follow us on azcentral.com.
Right. Good plug there, too, by the way, Yvonne. Yvonne Winget-Sanchez with the Arizona Republic, thanks for joining us. Keep watching right here on the USA Today Election 2020 live stream as we continue to bring you shots from around the country. You've been seeing large demonstrations both in Washington, D.C., in Los Angeles, California, and rallies all across the country. Also tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern, we're going to provide live update on election results. A special edition of my show, States of America, will be there. We hope you'll join us. Thank you for joining us here at USA Today. See you soon.
No justice, no peace. Fuck these dumbass police. No justice, no peace. Fuck these dumbass police. Line the fuck up, y'all. Take this shit down. Y'all going to hell with the motherfucking poor people of that. All we doing is for the bullshit. Black matters, bullshit. Why the fuck is everybody marching up now? March that shit down now. Why the fuck you marching up now? March down. That bullshit right here. Now I'm from the fucking 90s. I'm from the 70s and 80s. This is bullshit up here. Y'all doing this shit here, put it up in town. Take that shit downtown, Georgetown. Take that shit, man, down Capitol Hill. Y'all fucking up these fucking communities up here and shit. Black Lives Matter organization full of bullshit. Take that shit, man, take that shit downtown. Why the fuck ain't city? Why everybody going downtown? Who makes, don't nobody make decisions up here. Let's go down Capitol Hill and burn Capitol Hill. Up the shit. Guess what? We don't have to pay. Let's take this shit downtown. Why the fuck are we up here? Bullshit. Total bullshit. Take this shit downtown. We going up here where folks live at. Take this shit down to Capitol Hill. This whole march is bullshit. Whole shit is bullshit.
State called today a good day for Georgia. The lines were slow across the state, but overall they're hoping to get those numbers done. They're hoping to get them tabulated as soon as possible. But again, it could be more than 2 days at least before we get those absentee ballots counted here in Fulton County. Brian?
Blaine, just a personal note, it's been a 2020 for you guys in Atlanta, hasn't it? I will never forget your reporting the night of the terrible violence. Your mayor goes on to become a national political figure, goes on to have coronavirus visit her home and family. It's been that kind of a year in Atlanta, Georgia.
You know, you couldn't have said it better. I really think that this is kind of the capstone and one of the big pieces that we've seen on top of all of those protests that we saw, on top of the CNN Center getting, blown in and all sorts of destruction there, is what we saw with the June primary. And I think that that took the wind out of a lot of people's sails. They were so frustrated when you saw people sitting outside for hours, some people in the rain, waiting to cast a ballot, that there was frustration, but there was also this kind of sense of determination afterwards to say, look, we're going to figure out something. This can't go on when it comes to November. So I do think that that's a big part of the reason why you saw the early voting numbers that you saw here. And that's also the reason why we saw a big shift, why we saw places like the State Farm Arena opening their doors, the Atlanta Hawks getting in and saying, listen, you can come in and vote here. Whatever it is, we've got to make things better so that they don't look like they did back in June. Right?
Well, Blaine, whatever it is you report on next, we'll be here watching. Thank you very much for that full briefing from Atlanta. So, Steve Kornacki, you heard it from Blaine. If this were a sitcom, I would have interrupted and said, I'm sorry, I thought for a second there you said the counting will take 2 days. No, she said the counting may take 2 days, and we're hearing that from more than one state.
Yeah, and again, you could just see here what Biden and the Democrats are trying to make up here. I was just noticing the difference here. Trump's lead, it's basically sitting at 300,000. It's come down. We're so focused on the Atlanta metro area. I should note Macon, the city of Macon here, Bibb County, actually just reported its early absentee vote, and Joe Biden got a big batch of them there, so that did bring him back a little bit closer. But obviously, it is all in this Atlanta metro area. You're talking about Fulton County. Let's give you a sense here. 230,000 votes or so estimated, left to be coming in here. And again, you see the margin Biden's running at, even with the same-day vote, seems to be doing extremely well. And then how about this one? And next door, DeKalb County, 277,000 votes to come in. Again, this might even be a stronger area for Joe Biden. So there are still, that's 500,000 votes between those two places. When you're looking at about 1 million left here statewide to come, we think there is still some room out there. But again, we're just trying to get a grip here exactly how many ballots we're talking about in this area, exactly what that split is. It's still unclear in some places between the same day and the areas. It's definitely a Biden area here. It's definitely going to bring this margin.
If you could give me a second, we're going to do it.
That's what we're trying to get a grip on. And again, this has been, we said, the election night like no other. And this is the thing I kind of said all night, looking at Georgia and every other state. It's trying to figure out, trying to determine, are we looking at early vote? Are we looking at same-day vote? Because there's just been an enormous difference between the two. And frankly, it's not always clear immediately what we're looking at. I haven't done an election like this before.
Steve, let me just run something by you in terms of the way I understand what we're expecting in terms of the time horizon for this election. As far as I can tell, it seems like we're not a million miles away from a result in Florida and Texas. I'm not talking about NBC News characterizations or anything. I'm just thinking about the amount of the vote that's in. It seems to me like we don't necessarily have dire or super long-term expectations for Arizona, Minnesota, Nevada, Iowa. Like, it doesn't seem like there's any reason to expect that those will be super long horizons. But we are getting explicit, not just warnings, but almost promises that it's going to be multiple days before we get results in Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I mean, you just heard the report on Georgia. Yeah. So, there's also, I would just say, I don't want to forget about this one, let me call it back up here. North Carolina remains uncalled. The margin is 76,000 votes for Donald Trump. Remember, the ballots that are in the mail right now that were postmarked, they will still be counted. We don't know how many there are. So that's another variable we're trying to figure out. How many more ballots are going to come in North Carolina? Could that still plausibly affect the outcome in North Carolina at about 75,000 vote margin? In Wisconsin, we are hearing, I'll show you Milwaukee County here, and I think you were talking about this earlier, core Democratic area, you see a lot of vote left to come. This happened in the 2018 midterm election. I think it was sometime around this point in the night of the 2018 midterm election, we suddenly got from the city of Milwaukee, we got their absentee vote all reported at once, and it completely changed the race. The Democrat won the governor's race, and those votes were reported. I think sometime about leaving here about 4 in the morning or so, I think we're going to get the mail-in vote from Milwaukee. So I think that could potentially be a very big piece of the puzzle in Wisconsin. You're just looking at the Trump lead over Biden here. If you went back to the 2016 level of Democratic support even in Milwaukee County, that would basically erase that Trump lead, that Trump advantage right now. There are other counties here that Trump is still gaining some voting here, but I think that's going to be a big one. You are seeing a lot of the vote come in, but a big wild card in Wisconsin, I got the sheet right here, is some of these counties, some of the municipalities, big cities within the counties like Milwaukee, count up their mail-in vote, count up their absentee vote at separate places, and report it all out late. And I think that happened in Milwaukee back in 2018, that governor's race, when Tony Evers won in the end. And so there are a number of places here. I'm just looking, in Milwaukee County, you got a few, Waukesha County. I think there's 38 or there's 39 of these. These are municipalities generally. In a lot of cases, and I think Milwaukee's going to be one of them.
Steve Kornacki, thank you very much. Let's go to our friend Claire McCaskill, former U.S. Senator from the great state of Missouri, who started off this night quite confident and who has retained the same smile and look of confidence, and of course, over the course of the night, as lots of other people who are Democrats and believe in the Democrats have been freaking out. Claire, where do you see
Wow. Like, oh yeah, that's a little close. You're like, it's there, she is.
States that he will flip, and it will all be fine. I'm kind of with James Carville. Everybody chill. Put away the sharp instruments. We're going to be fine. I am more worried about the Senate. Although interestingly, in Montana, I just took a look, and Steve Bullock has the same number of votes as Donald Trump in Montana.
Lacey's gonna go! Jackie Lacey's gonna go! No justice! Police! No racist! Police! No justice! Police! No racist! Police! Hey, the money, come here. Come here. Come here. It happened. He won the last year. He's going to win Florida. He's going to win Arizona. No, he's going to win Florida. He's going to give him the 134. That's going to give him the 134, right? Everything else, all the projections, I'm sorry. Trump
Fuck Donald Trump! Fuck Donald Trump! Fuck Donald Trump! Fuck Donald Trump!
Got it just started. Got it just started.
Oh shit,
But the candidate himself did not make it a personal priority, preferring instead to concentrate on that blue wall we've been discussing, the very same blue wall that may take days to determine.
Please welcome Vice President Joe Biden and Dr. Jill Biden.
Good evening. Your patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it was going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted, every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. I've been talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Pardon me? Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, "No, Joey, spread it." Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
Holy.
We'll get further now. Our way. Over.
say today, we got. They got a bunch that are mounting up apparently to meet at 11th and Olive, and then get kind of.
We're on the intersection of Hope and Washington Street in downtown Los Angeles, where protesters have been kettled into a corner by the Los Angeles Police Department on the night of the 2020 election. There are about 2 to 3 dozen protesters that have been kettled in on the corner of Washington and Hope Street in downtown Los Angeles. This evening, protests started at the Staples Center in downtown Los Angeles, where over 100 protesters came and protested. After police made a few arrests near Staples Center, protesters made their way south and ended here, where they were kettled in on the corner of Hope Street and Washington Street in downtown Los Angeles. There are about 2 to 3 dozen protesters that were just kettled in by about 100 police officers that surrounded them in downtown Los Angeles. After starting their protests in Pershing Square in downtown Los Angeles, in Pershing Square, protesters went to Staples Center to continue protesting. Staples Center was where cops made initial arrests and initial efforts to break up the protests, since being out now in Los Angeles is considered unlawful. So now cops are waiting to make arrests on the corner of Hope Street and Washington. They've shut down the metro system due to the protests. They've blocked off this entire block due to the protests. Okay.
You good?
Yeah. I can walk you back to your car.
What?
I can walk you back to your car.
My car's in the back. I got a pin tag.
Okay.
I just wanted to give you a heads up.
Okay, cool.
Hey, where'd everyone go?
I won't be here for too much longer.
You good?
Yeah. Alright, man.
Who else? Who else? Let's see if we can get. Oh yeah, there's. Yeah, it's like great angle right there. Right here. Holy cow. That's the money shot. Okay? Be safe. No, I'm gonna be out here for a little and then I'm gonna go home. I just gotta get this footage. Be safe, Merlin.
you have to run the table of North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin in order to get about 270 votes. Otherwise, the election goes to Joe Biden, who would come in with about 270, 271. The president's got to hope that those early numbers in Georgia last, and nothing crazy happens in Pennsylvania, because nothing crazy happens in North Carolina, because when we're looking for Georgia and North Carolina, the president is ahead by about the same margin, which is just about 2 points or so, so there's not a lot of room for more votes to come in for Joe Biden. We are going to all, it looks like, get whatever sleep we can in the next few hours, not knowing who the winner of this election is. And as you were pointing out with Jonathan Turley and Amy McCarthy, this thing can go on for days, but before we know actually who won. And as it begins to tighten up, I think that's when the potential for legal challenges increases exponentially, particularly in the state of Pennsylvania, which has got until Friday to count votes, and North Carolina going into 9 days to count votes as well. So this happened to us in 2000, and I remember standing there in the outdoor amphitheater in the rain in Nashville, waiting for Al Gore to come and concede. We were told he was going to concede the election to George Bush, and we were left standing in the rain because Al Gore never showed up to concede. And it wasn't until 37 long, torturous days later that we finally learned that there would be a winner of that election. God help, it doesn't take another 37 days, but we'll see.
I was there in Nashville too, and then I got all the entire mess. Yeah. John, what's the over-under that Fox News comes out in this event?
What the president says, talks about Arizona?
Yeah.
You know, I think the likelihood is probably pretty high, but I've been proven wrong before. You never know where the president is going to go, but if he's got agreements, it's a really good chance you're going to hear it.
And obviously, our mission and the decision to stand by that call and what they did.
And you can see, when you look at the calculus now, why they were so instantly concerned about Arizona, because they probably had some concerns about Georgia at that same time, and they need to balance that out in order to get to 270. And you can see the camera on the boards in Eastern as the president is expected to come out any moment now. I mean, unlike what we saw in 2000, you've got several states that are up in the air tonight and nowhere near any kind of conclusion. So you head towards the 2 o'clock, 2:03 time tonight.
John, this is in the East Room. I have it set up there.
Yeah, there's about 400 people who were there. I was invited in to be part of what's called an expanding crew. I've got to be up here in the North Lawn speaking to you. We were not able to do live broadcasting from inside that room, which is why I stood out to stay with you. But
explain why you're there, because there was a battle about whether it was going to be at the Trump Hotel.
Initially, it was thought that the plan was to have this group of people at the Trump National Hotel, but Muriel Bowser of Washington, D.C. has been putting a lot of pressure on the Trump Hotel to not hold an event that more than 50 people are gathered at, because Washington, D.C. is still in phase 2 coronavirus reopening, which means that crowds have to be limited to 50 in terms of size. But here at the White House, you're able to do different things. It's federal property. It's not administered by, this doesn't fall into the jurisdiction of Washington, D.C. So the president was able to have more people. They thought about having it somewhere else, but the president has done a number of campaign events at the White House. There's also a campaign building that was established at the Eisenhower Executive Office Building, which is the big building that's just across the Press Executive Job from the White House. No taxpayer money was told. Was spent on putting the campaign in that war room. The campaign took care of all of it. But here you have, it's the situation here in 2020 where you have to apply to the best of our ability these COVID restrictions. A lot of people will say that the president flaunted not violated those rules with the airport governors that he had across the country with campaign rallies. But the decision was made to bring it here to the White House so as not to run afoul of these National Hotel because of restrictions imposed by Washington, D.C.
warning. It is how do we present the case here?
As you see, Georgia was going to declare, and it became clear that that wasn't going to happen because of the suspension county there in Fulton County, or at least the injunction county in Fulton County. That they probably got that argument together, and I think you're probably going to see the president lay down something of a gauntlet here in terms of the potential for, as he has been saying on the campaign trail for weeks if not months now, that the only way that he is going to lose is if the election is stolen, and maybe sort of laid the groundwork here for myriad legal challenges to the outstanding vote or these extended deadlines that we see in many states across the nation. There was a thought earlier tonight that if the president looked like he had a sizable lead in places like Pennsylvania and North Carolina, that there wouldn't be any reason for a legal challenge. But as that vote begins to tighten, we expect that it will tighten in Pennsylvania as well as more results come in from the heavily Democratic areas around Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. That the likelihood or the probability of a legal challenge grows with every vote for Joe Biden that comes in and every percentage point by which the vote difference begins to tighten. So I think the president may begin to lay the case there that he has to go into court and start to challenge these votes for fear, as the president will likely say, that the election could be stolen from Republicans.
All right, John, stand by. Chris Wallace, what do you think the president's going to do? He obviously listened to the former vice president.
Yeah, I think that both of them are setting the table for the possibility of legal challenges. And, you know, it'll be interesting. It does seem somewhat reminiscent of 2000. The Democrat is saying count every vote, keep the vote going until every vote has been counted. And the Republican, in this case President Trump, is going to say that, you know, there's a way to do it and that we're going to go to the court to protect our rights, and we are worried about tampering with the vote. It's somewhat different, however. Obviously, in Florida, we had a result in Florida, or close to a result, a disputed result. But I mean, we're in a situation now where we're nowhere near Pennsylvania counting all of its votes, or Georgia, or a number of these states. So it's a more complicated case for the president to make now than it was in Florida, where all the states have been called at various points. George W. Bush had been declared the winner. Joe Biden, Al Gore had actually conceded and then had to rescind his concession. And of course, the famous line where Gore said, "You don't have to be snippy about it." So, I mean, this is going to be a more complicated and tougher case for this president to make than it was for George W. Bush.
And it's going to be excruciating for the country.
Well, I think it would be, you know, it's not so defensive in terms of, you look at the comparison, let's take a state like Pennsylvania. You look at the rural counties in the middle versus, you know, the counties, strong Democratic counties, Pittsburgh, but also around that Philadelphia area. That's one level of division. But I think you also have to keep in mind, in a place like Georgia, you're looking at votes around the Atlanta area, heavily nominee votes. In Pennsylvania, again, you're looking at votes concentrated in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh again. Specifically in Philadelphia, heavily nominee votes. And the suggestion that there might be some hanky-panky or whatever months counting. But here's a benefit. We are now 13 minutes with Britt still here as we wait for President Trump. Steve, any thoughts as we get ready to hear from President Trump?
We all remember it, we were there covering it. I went to bed at night thinking President Bush is done, and woke up every morning with my husband saying, I'm so sorry, I didn't win. It still weighs heavy on people's minds, and at the time, there was no incumbent in the White House. One thing that's really different about this is this setting where President Trump is going to be speaking from the East Room of the White House, just below the residence that he calls home, in people's house. I think that feels a little bit different tonight.
Well, also felt different for the Republican National Convention. The final speech on Thursday night to be on the South Lawn. We were there, and this White House for this president, in an age of COVID-19, has been the place where he is delivering the big moments. And this is obviously one of the biggest as he tries to hold on to a re-election.
Yeah, he has been forced to do all of these events right at the White House, and it is his home and his residence, and he does gain the advantage of being able to have this amazing backdrop and very presidential environment for these big moments.
Can I just say something? I mean, we need to make the point, and obviously there are concerns, but the idea that the vote isn't over on election day and that elections aren't decided in 2000, wasn't decided in 2004. We went to bed, we didn't know whether Bush or Kerry was going to. I remember as a youngster, Jack Kennedy and Richard Nixon in 1960. We didn't know until the morning that Kennedy had beaten Nixon. So the idea that we don't know by some witching hour on election night or the morning after who the president is not unusual, and there's no sign that there's anything funny going on. And perhaps when the voters counted in all these places, there are 6 major states that are still undecided. It may be that without Pennsylvania, one of these gentlemen is able to win, and we're able to win this litigation. I hope so, but as you say, Martin, it's funny.
It took 3:30 in the morning in 2016 for us to make that final call to call for the 45th president of the United States. This moment, it's fraught with a lot of things, but really just getting it done in each one of these states is the deal that these state election offices have to do.
Right. So earlier we were discussing this, and the lawyers came in, and I think Virginia made the point. These decisions about how elections are conducted are set by the state legislature. What we're seeing in the current atmosphere is state election officers make provisions for people to vote in the bias or
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much. Please sit. Thank you. This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had. I appreciate it very much, and I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight, and a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people, and we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good, such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement. We won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And we won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4%, or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see, Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get, because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters, and that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight, he said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely? And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed, and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that, obviously, to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes. We're up 600. Think of this. Think of this. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, it's like very good. So we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan, but I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes, and 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin, so we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those 3 states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many, we had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win, so they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 461,000. Think of it. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. We did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this, and as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just want to thank you, and I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us, and Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to join you in thanking more than 60 million Americans who have already cast their vote for 4 more years for President Donald Trump. And while the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the President said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, and we're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again, I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory and we will make America great again.